Fox Sports.
We are sports. We are Sun.
Last night, Miguel Gonzalez braved the elements and dominated the Rays offense for 8 1/3 innings, allowing just 3 hits en route to a 1-0 victory. Tonight, Rays right-hander Chris Archer goes to the hill for the final time in 2016, looking to avoid his 20th loss. We welcome you to the south side of Chicago for the wrap-up game of this 4-game series between the Rays and the Chicago White Sox. It will be a cool evening, a threat of rain, but the Rays and the White Sox will play baseball tonight, with the Rays looking for their first win in this current series. They've dropped 3 in a row and 6 in a row overall. Hi again, everyone. With Brian Anderson, Dwayne Stats. Great to have you aboard here as the Rays wrap up their season series with the White Sox as well. Good pitching matchup, but the elephant in the room is, will Chris Archer avoid losing 20 as he goes up against Jose Quintana?
Yeah, absolutely. And as much as it's downplayed, as much as Chris Archer says, I don't think about it, I haven't put too much thought into it. Listen, it's been asked as he's getting ready to pitch here tonight, this whole turn through the rotation, what I'm trying to say, he's been asked about it. He's been forced to think about it, forced to talk about it. You see his record, 8-19 on the season. This is what I'll tell you about Chris Archer, and the one thing that he has going for him. Tonight, against the White Sox, he's had good numbers against them, a perfect 2-0 record in 4 starts, and he's been throwing the ball much better since the All-Star break. That ERA has come down by almost a 1.5 runs. So Chris Archer trending in the right direction. Mentally, he's going to have to stay sharp. Jose Quintana, when you think about this guy and you look at what he's done over the course of his career, consistency is the number. The 13 wins, that is a career high. The ERA as it stands right now at 3.21 is a career low. And with the start here tonight, it will be 4 straight seasons of at least 32 starts and at least 200 innings by the White Sox lefty.
And when we come back, Todd Callis will examine that elephant in the room and get Archer's perspective on where he is with a record of 8-19.
Just entered the dugout, getting ready for his final start of the 2016 season. The Rays and the White Sox wrapping up a 4-game series here in Chicago. For Archer, you know the numbers right now. He's sitting on 19 losses on the season, making his final start, trying to avoid losing 20 games for the first time since 2003. Only one pitcher in his lifetime has lost 20 games, and that was Mike Baroth in 2003. Prior to that, Brian Kingman of the A's lost 20 back in 1980. But as you look at our T-Mobile greater coverage of baseball, you can see Walter Johnson, Mickey Lolich, Gaylord Perry, all guys who had 19 losses and strikeouts totaling 228 or more. That's where Chris Archer is right now. To avoid joining that group of 20-game losers in a season, Chris Archer needs a win or no decision tonight. And we asked him about the thought process going into the start.
Going into every start, I'm not thinking about getting a loss. You know, I'm trying to do everything I can to win the game, and I feel like up to this point, I've prepared myself more than anybody to be in a position to win. Whether that happens or not, you know, it's just what that given day gives me, gives the team, and gives the other team. So I'm just focused on being in the strike zone as much as I can, attacking every hitter, and seeing how the game plays out from that point.
Wouldn't hurt if he had a little offensive support. In his 19 losses this year, the Rays offense has scored him just 26 runs, or 1.37 runs per game. We're ready for baseball in 3 minutes and 2 seconds from Chicago on Fox Sports Sun.
In Chicago tonight, the Rays not only trying to salvage the final game of this series, trying to salvage a win in the season series. They're 2-4 against the White Sox overall. They've dropped games of 7-1, 13-6, and 1-0 during this trip into Chicago. And both these teams were concerned that they might lose this game to the weather. But it doesn't appear that's going to be the case at all until the Rays and the White Sox will square off in this one. A quick look at the starting lineup for the Rays, presented by your Southern Ford dealers. Logan Forsythe to lead it off, followed by Kevin Kiermaier and Evan Longoria. Brad Miller, Corey Dickerson, and Mikey Montauk down the middle. Alexi Ramirez will be at short, hitting seventh. The DH is Kirk Casale. Bobby Wilson will bat ninth and do the catching.
Well, Jose Quintana takes the mound tonight for the Chicago White Sox, making his 32nd start of the season and already with a career-high 13 wins to go up against 11 defeats.
Forsythe starts the night hitting .268 with 20 home runs, and he takes a fastball down. 65 degrees here in Chicago tonight. One and one. The Buick GMC big matchup. Right up front, Forsythe 5 of 8 with a home run and 3 doubles. Sends it into short right center. Eaton is there to put it away. One gone.
Well, let's take a look at that Chicago defense, see how it's going to line up here tonight. Brought to you by Gold and Diamond Source. And in the outfield left to right, we have Melky Cabrera, Lori Garcia, and Adam Eaton. Across the infield third to first, Todd Frazier, Tim Anderson, Carlos Sanchez, and Jose Abreu with Alex Avila behind the plate.
Well, here is Kevin Kiermaier. Kevin in the lineup last night, 0 for 4, and back again tonight, cutting the miss, strike one. When the Rays faced Quintana back in the middle of April, they beat him 3-2. Kiermaier had a double in that game and goes right down the line with this one. That ball is a foul ball. Eaton lost his footing as he crossed the line. And so that's just a long foul. And Eaton, who's been banged up after having a collision with the wall last week and missed 3 or 4 games in a row, found himself losing his footing as he got near the line.
Well, a lot of rain. This field has taken a lot of rain last night through the night. And you could see those last couple of steps in the grass. He started to kick some things up and lose that footing, and that ball just a few inches foul.
It's a ball, 2 strike count on Kiermaier. Foul the other way.
This is something that you're going to have to keep an eye on here tonight is Jose Quintana. And I don't care if it's the lefties or it's right-handed hitters. We saw it with Logan Forsythe. Glove side fastball. He's almost better to the glove side in commanding the fastball, which is typically the more difficult side, than he is to the arm side. He likes to pitch the right-handed hitters in. Those left-handed hitters, he'll show them in, but away with the fastball, the cutter, the curveball.
It's either breakout lefty righty. 18 home runs and a .249 average for right-handed hitters off him. A little tap, and Sanchez at second handles that. A fly ball and a ground ball. 2 up and 2 down.
Yeah, it had really gotten to the point with Quintana pitching in on right-handed hitters and never really, going away from them, that all of a sudden they started to cheat on that ball in. That's when you could start to do some damage. And Don Cooper went to Jose Quintana after last season and said, hey, listen, I like how you pitch it on righties. That's a great thing, but you're going to have to start showing them some pitches away to get them off that. They're starting to cheat on that pitch, and it's going to cost you in the long run. But he is very, very good in on righties.
This pitch is a strike to Evan Longoria. Well, it's been a good year for Quintana with 13 wins. There's Don Cooper, and boy, he has had a great and lengthy run here as the pitching coach in Chicago for the White Sox. 1-1 the count here to Evan.
Yeah, you do
not, since the early 2000s.
Yeah, that's such a rarity.
Two and one. Quintana a year ago, a game under 500, 9-10, and 13-11 this year. Squares the count. 2-2.
And everything away here to Longoria, a guy that can turn and burn 36 home runs on the season, obviously respecting that power and staying away. This is not something, a sequence that Quintana would have put together last year.
Comes in off the plate. The count is full. Having 4 of 11 in his career against the Chicago lefty. Foul back. 2 outs, bases empty. Quintana has given the White Sox a lot of innings. Neither starter tonight, Archer nor Quintana, with a complete game this year, but both, in the case of Quintana, already over 200 innings, and Archer hoping to get there tonight. As Longoria strikes out swinging, 1-2-3, go the Rays. Bottom of the first coming, no score. The first inning, Rays out 1-2-3 in the top side. Starting lineup for Chicago, presented by your Southern Ford dealers, will be Adam Eaton, followed by Tim Anderson and Melky Cabrera. Jose Abreu, the cleanup man, the DH, Justin Morneau. Todd Frazier with 40 home runs now will hit 6th in front of Alex Avila. Carlos Sanchez 8th. Rory Garcia is in center field. He'll hit 9th.
Well, Chris Archer getting his first look at the Chicago White Sox here in 2016 in his 33rd start. ERA just over 4.402.
First pitch is a strike into Eaton, the fastball from Archer. One.
And you would expect Chris Archer here tonight to mainly stick with that fastball slider. You know, he'll bring the changeup out if he has a track record, a long history with you. But teams that he doesn't see very often, he sticks with the big 2.
This is in mid-90s with that delivery, and so it's 2-1 to Eaton. Yeah, Archer 2-0 in 5 career appearances against the White Sox. 4 of those starts. Hasn't pitched against him. There's the slider. Hasn't pitched against the White Sox since August of last year when he got a win matching up against Chris Sale.
Well, and as I so eloquently put in the open, Chris Archer, you know, he's been asked about this, the 19 losses, going for 20 for the last couple of weeks as he got closer and closer. And as much as he can say that he doesn't think a lot about it and doesn't put a lot of stock into it, you know, when you're faced with those questions all the time, you can't help but think about it.
Yeah.
As much as you don't want to, it's there waiting at your locker every time you come in to get dressed.
Yeah, and the last pitcher to lose 20 was Mike Maroth back in '03. And whether you like it or not, and there have been some pretty good pitchers lose 20, that stays with you for your career. Ground ball and a base hit through the left side, so Eaton is aboard.
Let's take a look at that Rays defense and see how they're going to line up here tonight. Brought to you by Gold and Diamond Source. And in the outfield left to right, we have Corey Dickerson, Kevin Kiermaier, and Mikey Matok. Across the infield, third to first, Evan Longoria, Alexi Ramirez, Logan Forsythe, and Brad Miller with Bobby Wilson behind the plate.
Here's Tim Anderson, the shortstop. Anderson has a home run in this series. That came in game 2. Pitch is down. Well, as we have chronicled throughout the year, Archer started this year with great problems in the first inning, and that's something that has subsided to a point, but it still has been an issue on the road.
Well, even his last outing, you know, overall it was a good outing. 6 innings, 2 earned runs. He did take the loss in that game, but it was the 2 runs in the first inning given up that the Red Sox would make hold of.
And he is behind Anderson. A 3-ball, no strike count. Strike taken, 3-1.
Used to hate when base stealers, base runners like Adam Eaton would play those little games over there that he just did with Chris Archer. Kind of getting a walking lead off of first base and kind of hopping and then coming to a stop, trying to distract you and get your mind off of the pitch to the plate.
Fastball by Tim Anderson to run the count full.
And he's able to crawl back into this count. Now he's got a chance to put him away. See if he sticks with that fastball.
Eaton's on the move. The pitch is a strike, and the throw down will be in time. Well, Anderson out at the plate, and maybe he got in there. It appeared that Estabrook went up with the right arm, but he must have been pointing to where he got in.
No, I think he did call him out, and right now they're waiting for. Adam Eaton is like, I got in there.
I see Ventura now looking back.
Oh, he did. He pulled that left hand up short. Watch the right hand get in. That right hand snuck to the back corner of the bag, and that he absolutely is in there. No question about it. And I don't know why the White Sox are taking so long.
Well, they've decided now they'd like to have that looked at again, and it doesn't look good for the Rays.
Oh,
the replay we saw.
Yeah, the throw got there. Bobby Wilson did everything that he could, but Adam Eaton just stopped the left hand. I mean, he continues on with that, and it's going to be, you know, a strike him out, throw him out situation, but that left hand stopped and that right hand snuck through the back door.
So Greg Gibson, the crew chief, down there along with Mike Estabrook. Eaton 13 of 18 in the steal department. Well, there's a little deception going in there.
Yeah.
He gives you the hand, takes it away, and hits the bag with the other hand.
Yeah, the only thing, there's no tag yet. The only thing would be is when that right hand comes off, does the tag, that Logan continued to hold on him, did he come away from the bag for any split second? That's what we don't know.
Yeah, and that's what has come into vogue with replay.
Yep.
You keep the tag on the runner all the time.
Yeah, initially he's there. That Logan has tagged nothing yet. And now all of a sudden there's the tag. He holds it on his chest. And no, when that right hand came off, the left hand was on. I think that he's going to be in there.
Yeah, and just in case he put the left hand in and then the left foot.
Got to get everything you can.
And that's going to go as a steal. So Eaton picks up his 14th stolen base. So the out call is overturned. Eaton's in scoring position with one gone. And here is Melky Cabrera. He misses the first pitch fastball up and by him.
And he's going to have to speed up that swing because that fastball beat him by plenty. 95 up above the zone. Not a smart pitch to go after anyway.
Yeah, Ramirez breaking to the bag from his shortstop spot. And Archer stepping back.
Adam Eaton continues to play games out there. Very aggressive.
And a nice stop by Wilson.
And attempting to be very distracting. You try to get into a pitcher's head. Obviously, the White Sox know that this is a big start for Chris Archer. And that's where you feel like tonight where the battle is going to be. It's going to be between the ears. Once he gets into the flow of the game, he should be fine.
And Cabrera can't catch up to that one. 1-2. Rays went out in order in the top half of the inning. Eaton reached on the base hit on the strikeout of Anderson. He has stolen second base. Left center. Kiermaier coming in, and to his right, two gone. So Eaton's still in second. He'll be there with two outs for the cleanup hitter, Jose Abreu.
Well, Jose Abreu has been absolutely on fire since the beginning of August, although to this point in this series, the Rays have done a nice job in holding him down. Now, it's been the other guys in this lineup that have been able to have success against the Rays.
While the White Sox have scored 21 runs in the first 3 games, he's driven in one of them.
Yeah.
Ground ball back to the hill, grabbed there by Archer, and his toss to first. White Sox leave a man in scoring position. No score. On to the second we go. Inning we go. Let's take a look at our Toyota keys to success tonight with the 27-year-old left-hander Jose Quintana out there, one of 3 major league pitchers with 30-plus starts and 200-plus innings in each of the last 4 years. Madison Bumgarner of the Giants being one and Max Scherzer the other. And that's pretty exclusive territory right there he's keeping company with, those 2 guys.
No question about it. But, you know, he's so quiet. You know, he's not a showy pitcher. He doesn't have a lot of antics out on the mound. Very businesslike. Just doesn't draw attention to himself. So he's able to go out and so consistent.
Yep.
You know, that's the thing. When you look at over those 4 seasons, the strikeout rate, the walk rate, the walks and hits per innings pitched, the average inning per start, it is all, I mean, within a few decimal points of each other each and every season.
This pitch up 1-1. Under different circumstances, if these 2 teams were competitive in the American League, and they've been out of the race for quite some time, but this would be a great pitching matchup with 2 teams in the race calling upon Quintana, the left-hander, and Archer, the right-hander. When you look at their numbers, not only this year, but when you look at their career numbers, pretty interesting. And Quintana here pitching in this major market has sort of gone unrecognized for the job he's done and the innings, the quality innings he has given the Chicago White Sox. He comes in with a career mark of 46 and 45 with a 341 earned on average. Archer, for an example, 40 and 51 with a 351 ERA. So Quintana's numbers better than Archer's, but you hardly hear anything about Quintana.
That's right. That's absolutely right.
I mean, here's a young man out of Colombia, and he's pitched extremely well. He walks Brad Miller. It's his first walk. You know, here's 200 innings again this year. 150 starts into his career.
How about that, though? Only 1 complete game for a guy who averages pitching into the 7th inning of all 150 of those starts, and yet just the 1 complete game at the end of the day to this point. I guess he's pretty consistent with that too.
He is, and as we know, it's also a sign of the times. Here's Corey Dickerson. That's a strike. You know, tonight Chris Archer hoping to get to the 200 inning plateau again this year, but no complete games. This is his 33rd start. I mean, you can have 200 innings and complete no games at all, or 1 or 2, and you're a workhorse now. 2 strike count.
I just think that is extremely difficult to do, because if you have 32 or 33 starts and you're going to pitch 210 innings, well, then you're getting pretty deep into, you know, most of those starts, and you would think that there would be 1 or 2 where you were just on a roll and you could finish it yourself. You would just stumble into it because you are pitching deep, you know, into most every game, but not the case with these 2.
It's fouled back, and you know, pitch counts has a lot to do with that. Kevin Cass said tonight. Somebody asked him about Archer starting. He's got 19 losses. Is he going to handle this any differently? And he said, no, not really. He said, depends on game situation, pitch count, the way it has been all year. He's going to handle it that way. Dickerson behind in the count.
And I think that absolutely is the right way to handle it, because I think in situations like this, you start to manage differently to avoid a situation. The exact opposite is going to happen. You just have to let it be. If it's meant to happen, it's going to happen. If not, then so be it. But let's play it out like a regular, you know, start that Chris makes.
This one up the middle, going to get through into center. Down to second goes Miller, and Dickerson has a base hit. Corey Dickerson on his way to finishing the season strong, and gets this one by the mound and over second.
Well, that took that nice high hop, able to scoot out into center field. And Jose Quintana, you know, right now kicking himself. He has this inning started off with 2 left-handed hitters and walk and a base hit. Now he's in some big trouble.
So 2 men on, nobody out, and here's Mikey Matuk. He's in right field tonight. The first pitch is a fastball strike.
These are the situations that the Rays must improve upon going into 2017. And what better time to start that than right now? Situational hitting. First and second, nobody out. You got to move some runners.
This one is down, and at the very least, move them up and over if you don't move them in.
Yeah, productive at-bats. That's what you're looking for. And, you know, the Rays, losers of 9 of their last 10 games, and the runners in scoring position batting average in that time frame, 181. That just kind of speaks to the issue that when they have been able to create some scenarios to score runs, just not getting it done, and it goes back to the productive at-bats.
Yeah, we talked about this the other night, all the home runs they've hit, but they have not translated into as big an increase in runs scored. Comes in there off the plate. 2-2. But a great opportunity for the Rays. On deck is Alexi Ramirez. And strike 3 called. That one down around the knees. Montek strikes out with men at first and second, and that's the first out.
I think that maybe after that fastball in, Montek is now going to start looking outer half again, and Quintana comes in at the kneecaps on that inside corner. And those are the types of at-bats that, you know, you've just got to start to avoid. Unproductive out right there, and now a ground ball, and Quintana can get out of this.
Well, here's Alexi Ramirez, who now is one of his last 22. Spent 8 years with the White Sox. And he takes the first pitch off the plate in, a fastball. Most of this year for Ramirez with San Diego before coming to the Rays. This is his 12th start with the Rays. The 11 now coming at short. He started 1 game at second base.
Well, he had told Kevin Cash when he came over, you can play me anywhere. Want to throw me in the outfield? Throw me in the outfield. Willing to do whatever it takes. Gotta love players like that.
It's a soft liner over the head of Anderson into left. Here comes Miller in to score. Throw to the plate is too late. Miller crosses the plate, and the Rays take the lead on the Alexi Ramirez base hit. Soft little liner just over Anderson's head.
Well, Brad Miller, very fortunate because he read base hit. He read it correctly. But you see as the ball comes off the bat that Tim Anderson, does he have a play? You know, he's going to get close. Brad Miller had put his head down and was already running. And that's the only reason that he was able to get home there.
So the Rays convert that leadoff walk into a run. Now here's Kurt Casale. side. Take a look at Miller.
Watch Brad Miller. He says, off the bat, forget it. I am gone. It's a gutsy read, but it's a good read, and it got the Rays the lead.
Yeah, and he really did read that right off the bat without even taking a peek at Anderson.
He's like, Chris Archer needs runs. I'm going for it.
He's playing this game aggressively. Ramirez at first, Dickerson at second. A run home, Casale trying to add to the early lead now. Ball, 2 strikes. Casale caught in Tuesday's game, had a double and a home run. A couple of runs scored for him in that game. Liner into right. That'll be caught by Eaton. Runners will have to hold. They'll remain at first and second with 2 outs. So with a run home, 2 on, 2 outs, the hitter will be Bobby Wilson. Bobby hitting .238. Cut and a miss. Rays went up and down in order in the first. Have a 2nd inning run. Rays, by the way, have taken the lead for the first time in 41 innings. 0-2. Grabbing this 1-0 edge in the second. They've gone 41 innings without a lead.
It was last Saturday. It's Thursday night. It's too long of a stretch without a lead.
Into the dirt. The runners are going to move up now. And both men will be in scoring position on the wild pitch. That's the 10th wild pitch of the year charged to Quintana.
Well, it came with a breaking ball down in the dirt, and it just gets away from Avila. Take a look at it here. There it is. And instead of sliding and smothering that ball, you saw how far Avila came out of his stance. Really no chance to keep that in front.
This one down again, and he blocks that one. It's 2-2. The other thing about that prior pitch, that breaking ball from a left-hander tends to, more often than not, break the other way once you break it into the dirt.
Yeah.
You'll see a catcher then actually in that situation move to his right a little bit, anticipating that little kick back the other way.
Well, the one that he just blocked was the slide and smother. He stayed down.
Yep.
And it will kick backwards a little bit, but you still got to go and get it. And he did a much better job in the second time.
So Wilson reaching out on strikes. Rays going to run and leave 2. It's 1-0 Tampa Bay. Rays lead 1-0. The Toyota inside look, the breakout for Chris Archer before the All-Star game and after the break. And his numbers better after the break, as you can see there.
Big reason right there, Wayne. You look at the average goes way down, walks per 9 inning go way down. You limit opportunities when you take away base runners.
First pitch strike here to Justin Morneau to start the home half of the second. Well, the Rays have grabbed a 1-0 lead. Two. You can see Ed Hickok working the plate tonight and willing to widen that plate a little bit on the opening pitch to Morneau. It's 1-2. Ed Hickok's out of DeLand, Florida, when he first came up in May of '90. Made his debut at the major league level. Oh, there's a base hit against the shift, the open left side, and Morneau just bounces it right through the left side for a leadoff single.
Everybody knows that Chris Archer can close you out. If he gets you to 2 strikes, he knows how to put you away. And so Morneau right there, just listen, this is like new life. He's going to cut down on his swing. He got a ball that was elevated and just took that hit to left field. No reason to get greedy against a pitcher like Archer with 2 strikes. Take what the defense gives you, so to speak.
Yeah, there's a veteran hitter.
Yep.
And here's another hitter with great power, 40 home runs, Todd Frazier, connecting last night in the 7th for the only run of the game. Inside now, a 12-game hitting streak. And here is the home run off Gamboa last night.
This came a pitch after he went way back, but it was way foul. Waited back a little bit longer on that knuckleball and got it out. That was the game. And that got him to 40. You see the average. Don't get excited about the average, but those numbers that come after it, at least the 2 middle ones, you do.
Yeah, 98 runs batted in. And a big cut right there. And the fastball down, the fastball up right there, and a big cut and a foul ball back.
He does not get cheated.
No.
And he is one of the true all or nothing hitters in this game.
Two and two.
Probably the only guy that Robin Ventura, comes to mind where he would say, you know what, I don't mind the 228 average. You usually, don't reflect very fondly on that number, but boy, when he gives you 40 home runs and almost 100 runs driven in, you'll take it.
Well, a slider up and then a slider down, and he's out on strikes. Yeah, you'll take 40 home runs. Absolutely.
Slider right there, and I think you could see the look on Todd Frazier's face, because that was a hanger right in the middle of the plate.
Yep.
And he got away with it.
He started to back up a little bit, just spinning up there.
And he's not real happy with himself. You're always worried about the Chris Archer slider that looks like a curveball. It has a ton of depth to it. When you get a hanger, you want to take advantage.
Alex Avila. 1 on, 1 out. Ball, no strikes. Rays with a run in the top of this inning to grab the lead. Archer, 2 decisions against the White Sox. Both wins. An ERA of 4.13 against them. That'll be a strike. 2-1. squares the count. Archer right there, bottom of the zone there. Got the other called strike just on the outside edge.
Great place to be. You know, we know that Alex Avila has power. We know he's got power to left field too, but when you're going to go that way, typically that ball's got elevation to it. Archer keeping it right down there at the bottom.
And he strikes him out swinging.
Well, how about that sequence right there? First of all, he started him with 2 changeups and missed badly. Then he comes back with 2 primo fastballs to get even. And then this slider. This is the one that scares you. That depth. No chance.
So back-to-back strikeouts. Here's Carlos Sanchez. Sanchez, 3 home runs, including 1 in this series. Pitch right by him. Fastball up. It's a 1-1 count. Takes the count to 2-2. Archer made 18 pitches in the first inning. Made 18 so far here in the second. Been averaging 17 an inning on the year, which was up over last year. And he strikes out Sanchez. Blew that one right by him. So 3 strikeouts in the inning, 4 in the game. Through 2, 1-0 Rays. Rays lead. We go to the third. MLB.TV Premium, the #1 live streaming sports service, delivers everything you've come to expect and more. Watch every out-of-market game live in HD on over 400 supported devices. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.TV for details.
Look at the little ones supporting the team with the cotton candy.
Oh yeah,
You've got,
of course.
You've got the Chicago Blackhawks, the little guy, little girl, Wisconsin Badgers. They got a big game this weekend too, D-Wayne.
Making their way down from Madison.
Now they're going to be in Ann Arbor playing the Wolverines.
Yeah, but she's made her way down from Madison.
Avenue?
How about the state?
Wisconsin.
Yeah, that's won the count.
Well, like I said,
yeah,
big one.
Yep.
2 top 10 teams. We'll get to watch that game before our game kicks off.
A 1-1 count on Forsythe. It's fouled out of play. Saw one of my buddies today. He's going to that game and lamenting over what the weather's supposed to be.
Rain hanging around.
Yes, he's going to be sitting in the rain with just a few of his friends up there. Wow.
I'm going to tell you, I went to one game there, and I got to be honest, I probably would not go. You know, you've played enough, you've been in enough stadiums that you go to these places and you can walk in and look around and say 45,000 and be within a couple thousand.
Yeah, you're overwhelmed.
You will you go down in Ann Arbor and you look at that stadium and you go 75, 80,
that's
maybe,
what I mean.
And then they jam in about $110.
Yeah,
you cannot believe the little numbers on the seats are about 4 to 6 inches apart. I'm like, this is like a half a person sits here.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're overwhelmed by that.
They pack them in there like you've never seen. The aisles go away when the game starts.
Well, a cut and a miss. Forsythe out on strikes.
Like you go to Neyland Stadium, where Tennessee, you walk in there when they have 110,000 or whatever they get, and you say, yeah, that feels right. This stadium looks like there should be 100,000 people here.
Yep.
Not in Ann Arbor. Not in Ann Arbor. And yet they get them in there, baby. They get them in there. They're right on top of you. So, yeah, wet in that environment, that should be a lot of fun.
Here's Kevin Kiermaier. It's a strike. Did he check? Yes, he did on the appeal down to Ben May. Ben May, but Kiermaier wouldn't. And the count is 1-1.
It just exploded.
The
My head just exploded.
1-2 the count. It's late in the season.
Mind blown right there. Short circuit.
Base hit up the middle into center field for Kiermaier. Rays with some speed at first now with one out here. And a 1-0 lead in the third.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised at all if at some point Kiermaier's not in motion. First of all, the Rays have the lead. They become more aggressive. Kiermaier has really grown as a base stealer, especially since moving way up in the order. And so you would expect maybe some action here.
The count on Evan. Doria struck out on a Quintana fastball in the first. We're back in there easily.
He was drifting that way. Like a piece of driftwood. He went out and all of a sudden tide started to pull him back in a little bit. Look at him. Wrong way.
That's a strike. It's 1-1.
I mean, he starts out good.
Yeah.
Gets out there, gets that big lead, and then all of a sudden.
Yeah, it's like that left foot is doing all the thinking out there now. Yeah, no, I'm going back to first.
That's exactly right. I don't know if I've seen that before. Not every time.
Yeah. It's as if he wants to get out there and get a good sized lead, and then his foot says, hey, we're going back. No, another step. We're going to go back again. A couple more steps, and then, okay, now we're safe. And every time he goes back, you see, I told you.
And then Kevin's got to say to that left foot, hey, but we're getting back so easy. Let's get a little further.
That's a conflict.
Doesn't seem to be getting much better.
1-2. Well, you know how aggressive Kiermaier is. Everything about him is aggressive except for the left foot, apparently. Kevin with a base hit, putting him at first with one away. Line drive down to third, snap throw across. They're going to get the double play, and out of all that, Frazier fires across the diamond to Abreu, and Kiermaier is double off first on the hot shot line drive hit by Longoria. Let's take a look at that. And did he get back or not? Kevin Cash looking for a little video support before he makes a decision as to whether he'd like to have that looked at, and he says nope, he's going to take it the way it stands. And we go to the bottom of the third with the Rays leading 1-0. We head to the bottom half of the third inning. Originally in this road trip, we were going to see Drew Smyly start the first game and the last game. Smyly was originally on schedule to go game 162, but a little bit of change of plans, and Kevin Cash said it has nothing to do with Smyly having a career high in starts and innings pitched, but rather more of a reward for Chase Whitley, who has come out of the bullpen. Rays basically had a 7-man staff with turned into a 6-man rotation, so Chase came out of the bullpen a few times. And Kevin said, you know, he deserves a chance to get a start here after all the hard work coming back from Tommy John surgery. So Chase Whitley instead of Drew Smyly will start game 162. Guys, back to you. All right, here we go into the bottom of the third. Larry Garcia fouling a pitch back, and the count is 1-1. So Matt Andriese will open that series against Texas. Jake Odorizzi due to get a start in the middle game, and then Chase Whitley starting Sunday afternoon.
And you know what? As of right now, and I'm sure once we get into Texas and get ready to play that team, they need those wins.
Yes.
They want home field advantage, at least for the first round, and they would love it throughout the playoffs. And to do that, they're going to have to beat the Rays. So you're going to be playing a very motivated team, not just playing out the season and resting guys to get ready for the playoffs, but looking for that home field. So the Rays had better bring it.
Garcia out, Miller unassisted. Todd, what else do you have?
Yeah, 2 hits in 1 inning, guys. I'm setting a new record here as we wrap up the schedule.
Working hard right down to the wire in this game.
Speaking of the #1 seed, guys, here's how it breaks down. And as you can see, 3 teams have a chance for the 1 seed. The Indians actually lose a tiebreaker to both the Red Sox and the Rangers. And if the Red Sox end up tied with Texas, Texas wins based on a better record within their division. Guys, if that game that was rained out today between Cleveland and Detroit matters for the seeding, they will play that on Monday. But BA, you're right. This Texas series important to the Rangers to try and get that 1 seed, guys.
Yeah, and if they have to play that, that sets up an interesting situation in that game, BA.
Yeah. Well, you listen, the way it looks right now, wild card, Toronto's wild card #1, Baltimore #2, a game behind the Blue Jays, and 1 game behind the Orioles is the Detroit Tigers. They get rained out today. So maybe that game is a game they have to go back to or not. Detroit, Baltimore goes to New York for 3 games. Detroit goes to Atlanta. And you say, well, Atlanta's in last place. I mean, this is a pretty good benefit here for the Tigers.
Yeah, that's a different Atlanta team right now.
They've won 9 out of 10, and they've beaten some good teams to do that. They won 2 in a row against the Nationals, then they swept the Mets in New York, took 2 out of 3 from the Marlins in Miami. They've won the first 2 against Philly in the series now. But if that were to happen, Detroit plays those games and it ends up that the game against the Indians matters, you play that on Monday. The Indians are already in, and their seeding would already been decided for the most part, you would think. And so who are the Indians going to run out there?
Of course. So the Tigers
play a home game.
Yeah.
It would be a home game against the Akron Rubber Ducks is who they would play.
Pretty interesting, isn't it? That possibility. And that could absolutely happen.
Well, the Indians aren't going to be pitching anybody that's going to be in a postseason roster.
Eaton has a base hit. Anderson grounds to short. They're going to turn that into 2. It goes Ramirez, Forsythe to Miller, and just as quickly as Eaton singled, Anderson grounds into the double play, and we're through 3. 1-0 Tampa Bay. Cool night here in Chicago. The Rays with a 1-0 lead all off season. The Rays will post new auctions So you can bid on game used equipment, autographed items at raysbaseball.com/auctions. Make sure to check the site regularly so you don't miss out on any of the action. All proceeds benefit the Rays Baseball Foundation. Here's Brad Miller, middle of the order coming up to open the fourth. Miller, Dickerson, and Matuk. Brad, who walked to open the second inning, has scored the only run of the game. Two.
What if they needed that game on Monday to tie the Orioles? So you'd have to play that game on Monday at home, and then you'd play the Orioles in a one-game playoff to become the second wild card, and then go to the other wild card. You could be in a different city every day for 4 or 5 days.
Miller's out on strikes. Yeah, you're essentially playing an elimination game 3 days in a row.
Yeah, well, yeah, and coming off of Sunday,
yeah,
you're probably gonna have to win that game.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
I mean, you go from Atlanta to Detroit, Baltimore, Toronto, and then you win all those games, and then you get to go to Arlington.
Yeah, way too confusing.
The
Rays were in a similar situation a few years ago. Yeah, that was kind of tough to keep track of too and sort through.
That was. That was when we had the game in Toronto.
Yeah.
Didn't we have to hang around for a while?
We did. Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
That's it.
The strike to Dickerson. Corey Dickerson with a base hit. His first time.
Yeah, that's right. That was the end for us.
It was.
So the team went to Texas.
And that's. I drove home with you.
We road tripped, baby.
Yes, we did.
We road tripped to Cleveland.
Yep.
And then I went to the wild card game against the Indians in Cleveland.
It
was awful. Yeah. I'm telling you, there's something about having played out there on that field, and then up in the booth, you're doing a job up here and having fun and trying to bring some insight. And it's a good time. But then going down as a fan, it was not fun.
Yeah, you're a little kind of squirming in your seat. Yeah. What's up? Fish out of water.
Awful.
Yeah.
I was so uncomfortable. Just, yeah. I mean, I didn't know what to do with my hands. Or I talked too much.
Yeah. I was just happy to get an opportunity to spend the night in the palatial surroundings of the Anderson estate up there.
The estate.
Pitch is down to Mikey Matuk. 1-0. A ladder to climb into my plush bed. Earl Grey tea the next morning.
That could not have been mine.
Plush velvet robe to wear.
Is that velvet?
There's a shot deep into left center field. That ball's going to get out of here off the bat of Mikey Matuk. His third home run of the year, and the Rays now lead 2-0. Well, a couple strikeouts and then the home run on the 1-0 pitch to Matuk.
Well, Mikey Matuk, a quick start to this inning for Quintana, and then that. He goes away, but he leaves it up. And Mikey Matuk just slashes that ball on a line out to left center field, and a nice play by the fan. Powder blue.
Alexi Ramirez taking a big cut and fouling it straight back. Well, the Rays had only hit one home run in their last 4 games. And they get one from Matuk here in the 4th inning of this one to make it a 2-run lead. It's 215 home runs for the Rays this year. 2. So 215 home runs for the Rays, 136 solo home runs. Rays with 658 runs scored this year. Ramirez down in the count.
You know, and they make a big deal. You know, the last year, Blue Jays over 800 runs. I think Boston this year, we were looking at it back. Was it maybe 2001 in that range where you had the Indians scored over 1,000 runs, and you had 19 of the 30 teams in Major League Baseball score more than 800.
Yep.
What a different time. I mean, 800 runs nowadays is like, wow, what a juggernaut. You had 2/3 of the league do that about 15 years ago.
Yep. That's very interesting in terms of, number one, how many home runs were hit, and to break that out with solo homers and men on base and all of that. Going right back into the screen. Still 2-2.
I will go back and find that year.
We're in the 4th. He's got a run in the 2nd, a run in this inning. And Ramirez extending this at bat against Quintana. After playing behind him at shortstop over the last few years, now getting a chance to face him. Ramirez had a base hit to drive in the run in the 2nd inning, battling Quintana here in the 4th. And has worked the count full, skipping to get out of the way of that pitch.
Yeah, it was 1999. Cleveland Indians scored 1,009 runs, and the St. Louis Cardinals 19th in the league that year, scoring 809 runs. They were the 19th team. How about that? I mean, you had 19 teams that were over 800. You had 4 teams over 900.
Deep third, glove by Frazier, long throw right there on the money. Frazier finished in the 4th, but they get a run on the home run off the bat of Mikey Montour. Through 3.5. Rays 2, Chicago nothing. Tonight's Geico great moment. In 2012, Matt Joyce belting 2 home runs after coming into the game as a pinch hitter in the 5th, becoming the first player in Rays history to hit 2 home runs in a game after not starting that game. Here's Melky Cabrera to begin the bottom of the 4th. Pitch is a strike. A little work on the home runs and doubles and runs scored. You have, after finding out it was 1999.
Yeah.
1,000 runs by the Indians. And they hit how many home runs?
They scored 1,009 runs on 209 home runs.
How about that?
And the Rays have scored.
Rays have hit 215 home runs, have scored now 658 runs.
How about that?
Wow.
I mean, 350 more runs and fewer home runs. Wrap your mind around that.
Yep.
They have 309 doubles.
That's amazing. Certainly by today's standards, that's a good conversation to have in light of what has become almost an all or nothing approach in every at bat.
For the majority of the lineups and for the majority of the hitters in those lineups, you're absolutely right. We talk about it all the time.
Yep.
The 2-strike approach is the 3-1 approach.
Cabrera lifts it into left. Dickerson is there to catch it. 1 out in the bottom of the 4th. And I will have to say this, that all or nothing approach, whether it's 0-2, 3-1, whatever count, because that's the approach on every pitch. I think it's a less attractive game that way than the multifaceted game that we've seen in the past.
Yeah, have a couple of guys in your lineup that do that, and then have some other more well-rounded hitters, and have a little bit of everything at your disposal, because this is what I will tell you. I'll pose this question to you, Dwayne. I think you probably already know what my answer would be, but if I'm a hitter and I pounded into my head that you know, strikeouts don't matter and I'm going to freewheel, swing for the fences. If I punch out, so what? Because if I hit a home run eventually, it makes everything good again. If that's my approach, then how am I ever to switch that up to be a good situational hitter?
Yeah,
you know, we
you
lament the Rays, you know, hitting a ton of home runs but not being very good situationally. You can hardly do both. You know what I mean? I mean, if you're going to be an all or nothing lineup,
that's
how
why
of a sudden do you switch gears and be situational?
Well, and that's why you had only the elite hitters had a shot at doing that. A roller to short, and Ramirez handles that. You had elite hitters who could do that, but you had lineups with a couple guys who could swing for the fences, and then you filled the rest of your lineup with guys who could handle the bat, who could get on base, who could hit behind a runner, could advance a runner, could bunt.
Yeah.
All of those other elements that we seem to see fading away in this current atmosphere.
So you almost hardly don't blame the guys, because you say, well, you don't work on that. That's not your forte. Is to swing from the heels, and so yeah, good. You're way up there in home runs. You know, you're in the top 5 in the American League or whatever it is. But at the same time, you can hardly hold it against them if they're not very good situationally. They don't. That's not how they hit.
Yeah, Morneau goes out, pitcher first. The 1-2-3, bottom of the 4th, on to the 5th, 2-0 Rays. Go to the 5th. The Rays would like to thank all their fans for their support this year, and a special thanks to the season ticket holders. Hoping you've enjoyed the new Rays reward program in the Republic Bank draft room. For info on how you can become a 2017 Rays season ticket holder and the new double play season ticket opportunity, call 888-FAN-RAYS or visit RaysBaseball.com. Kurt Casale leading off the 5th against the left-hander Jose Quintana. Pitch is outside. Casale line to right his first time. You know, to go back to that point we were discussing in the bottom of the 4th, you're going to have some hitters, as we referenced, they're going to tend to be the more elite talents in the game who can do both. And I think we've seen that in Evan Longoria for the Rays this year. You know, Evan has elevated the ball a little bit more, and he's had a great power year. But that did not preclude him from being a well-rounded hitter and do other things.
Yeah, we've seen him. Well, we've seen him set a career high in home runs. Is what we've seen. We've also seen him take balls into right field, hit behind runners, and move people when he gets 2 strikes on.
Yep.
You're not all the time, but he does it enough that you know that he's capable of it. But he's in a different, class.
Well, and that's why you would have 1 or 2 of those guys maybe in your lineup. And then you might have a couple of guys who essentially swing for the fences. And you know that they're going to hit for power, more holds in their swings and their approach. All right, that's part of the roll of the dice that you take. And then you have other hitters who are accomplished at handling the bat and helping you, as they may call it, play small ball on occasion.
Home runs are great, but when you can find a way to score runs a lot of different ways, and a lot easier said than done to build that kind of a lineup, there's no question. But boy, oh boy, the better chance that you give yourself that on any given night, okay, so the power bats have gone silent, but we can move runners, we can hit here, we can do little things. We have other ways to score runs.
I think it gives you a better chance against some of the elite pitching as well.
Absolutely, especially when you get into October baseball.
Yeah, and you get into, absolutely right. You get into October, those teams and those pitchers are there for a reason. They're the best. And you better figure out a way to deal with them or you go home early.
Yeah, you've seen some teams over the years slug their way to the playoffs, and then they just get tied up.
Yeah.
Just bound up and sent back home.
They slug their way to the playoffs, and then they are truly slugs when they get to the playoffs. Good pitching handles that approach. Casale with a full count. Bobby Wilson on deck, and then Logan Forsythe.
Well, that approach lends itself to swings with more holes in them.
Yep.
And the pitching staffs that you typically are going to be facing in October are the guys that your top line starters are going to be the guys that, they have the stuff, but they also have the command and control.
Yeah, those lineups can be pitched to.
Oh boy.
And you've got elite pitchers. That's how they make their living. So Casale out on that pitch in. 7 strikeouts now for Quintana. And here is Bobby Wilson. Wilson struck out swinging in the 2nd. 0-1 the count. Tapper, third base, barehanded by Frazier, and Wilson is the 2nd out.
That's the 2nd time that we've seen him make that play in this series, and he makes it look easy. The first time, you remember, we highlighted how he looked the ball right into his hand, kept his eyes there just a split second longer to make sure he had a good grip on it. And right there, he just goes down, and those are tough plays to make. And Todd Frazier, and I'll tell you, Evan Longoria the same way.
Yep.
They make him look easy.
Two gone. Here is Logan Forsythe. Pitch disappeared on him. Strike one. Forsythe 0 for 2. Fly ball to right. A strikeout swinging. Now 1-1. Rays got a run in the second, driven home by Alexi Ramirez. Another run in the fourth on a Mikey Montauk home run. One ball, 2 strikes. Pushed Quintana for 27 pitches back in the second inning. He's been very good on pitch count this year, averaging a little more than 15.5 pitches per inning. That's down from over 16. He was pushing 16.5 last year. He's ahead of Forsythe. 2 outs, bases empty. Good pitch count tonight from Archer after 37 pitches in the first 2. A couple of low pitch count innings in the third and fourth. And another grab by Frazier at third. He makes it look way too easy. A grab and throw. Forsythe is out of there. 2 outstanding plays at third by Frazier in the top of the 5th. 2-0 Rays. To the bottom of the 5th inning from Chicago. Todd Frazier leads off for the White Sox against Chris Archer. Archer struck him out in the second inning. And a big cut and a miss on an opening fastball, strike 1. Archer struck out the side in the second after giving up the leadoff single to Morneau. High fly ball into right. Montauk drifting on it. That ball carries away from him, and back near the corner he makes the catch. The wind has been blowing out that way in the upper atmosphere here. You can see the flags there, and that ball carried watch Montouk's reaction.
Dwayne, I would like to respectfully disagree with you on one point. And it was that the wind, it's not just in the upper atmosphere, and anybody that watched our pregame show today could tell you that. It was down at the lower atmosphere too, because it got a hold of Todd and it turned him into somebody that we didn't recognize.
Yeah, and Todd displayed great concentration during all of that. He was unflappable even if his hair was not.
He was. I mean, he really did turn in a dynamite professional performance, but it was bad enough that I saw you snapping photos off of the monitor.
It was so unique. Two 2-0 the count here on Alex Avila.
And they kept the shot on him for a while. Like, they didn't let him off the hook. They didn't cover it up with video. He just had to wear it and plow through.
Yep.
And it got worse as the hit went on.
Yep. You know that expression, hey, I've got pictures, okay? You use those when you need them.
Well, those are...
Yeah.
Yep.
So if we need them, we'll use them.
Hey, listen, if you're going to run for office, you need a little blackmail.
Hey, well, hey. You know, those questions last night, we're already starting to act like, you know, that whole elk. There he is. Look, see how unflappable he is?
That's at the beginning.
And always positive.
This area right there went just crazy. It went crazy at the end. It was like it was trying to run away from him.
There is ball 4 upstairs. 1 on, 1 out.
Never thought that I would telestrate Todd's hair.
Well, hey, it's the mark of true professionals on both ends of that experience right there. The performance by Todd and the fact that you can telestrate. And there he is.
He's
very pleased with both of us.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
He's. You keep your head on a swivel on the plane tonight.
Carlos Sanchez takes the pitch, and that's a strike. Yeah, there'll be no sleeping on that long trip over to Texas. Maybe we could sleep in shifts. You take a nap, I'll be awake.
Yeah.
I'll take one.
That's the way you do it.
You know?
By the way, did I see rain?
Yes, you did. This is the bottom of the 5th. Good. 1 on, 1 out. We need a couple outs quick.
How about a double play ball?
Fly ball into center. Kiermaier coming in. He's got it. That'll be the second out. You know, that was some of the concern with this weather that was moving in. Boy, we heard all day how difficult it might be to even play this thing. And as the day wore on, the immediate forecast became better. But there's weather behind that, and weather's supposed to be headed this way. So let's get another out and make this an official game. And then we'll take our chances from there on out. Garcia takes a strike. Mauri Garcia grounded out to first. Miller handled that unassisted in the 3rd. It's a ball and a strike. One and 2. Back into the screen. And had Eaton ducking on deck, the ball well above his head, but with what he's gone through the last week or so, running into walls in the outfield, and then on the first hitter of this game, that foul ball down the right side, and he lost his footing, tumbling into foul territory. This one down the left side could be trouble if it's fair, but it's a foul ball. The count holds at 1 ball, 2 strikes. Well, Kurt Archer working here in the 5th inning. He's trying to get to the 200 pitch mark. Came in with 100 or 200 innings pitched mark. There's a ground ball, and this will get him through 5. So he now has 199 and 2/3 innings pitched on the year. 2-0 Rays. Rays grab the lead with a run in the 2nd inning. Base hit by Alexei Ramirez into center, scored Brad Miller. And Mikey Matuk, with 2 outs and the bases empty, hit that one into the seats in left center field of Jose Quintana to make it 2-0. Chris Archer has taken care of business with 5 shutout innings. A little over 70 pitches on the night. And the Rays come in to hit in the 6th inning with Kevin Kiermaier leading off against the left-hander Jose Quintana. It's inside. Kiermaier had a base hit in the 3rd. One. We've seen 92 pitches for Quintana so far. That's up the right side. We're going to get a chance to see Kiermaier do a little running. He's going to dig for 2, and the throw will not be in time. 2-base hit for Kevin Kiermaier. Leadoff double in the 6th, his 20th double of the year.
Maybe the first time that we've seen a play made on Kevin Kiermaier on a ball that looked to be a double off the bat. Adam Eaton doing a nice job of getting to this ball, number 1, but then the strong throw in. And he comes in quick.
Well, Eaton, a very good outfielder, and he'll be considered for a Gold Glove this year. The White Sox have not had an outfielder win a Gold Glove since Ken Berry, who was a great center fielder here. And Eaton will be in the running this year. Now Longoria strokes this one toward right center. Eaton on the run, gets there to make the catch. Now the ball comes out of his glove as he went to reach for it. And Kiermaier winds up at third after the catch, and he may have hit something out there.
Yeah, I think the outfield got him again. You just referenced last half inning about that ball that up the right field line, foul ball that where he lost his footing in the grass heading towards it. Watch this, running a long way, catches it, and there his feet go again.
So a move up to third by Kiermaier. Brad Miller with the infield up.
You know, if it's not the sprinkler head that gets you, then it's the wet grass.
Well, he's been victimized a couple times tonight. And still made that grab. That was a nice catch. He had to cover some ground to get into right center.
That could be my favorite Kevin Cash quote from the season. Hands down. The ball that took the bounce.
Oh, yes.
I believe it was over Desmond Jennings' head. And Cash said it hit his sprinkler head.
Yeah.
When was the last time you saw a sprinkler head in the outfield?
Yeah, it's been a while. I think 1971.
I mean, that was great. And he did it with a straight face. He sold it.
Yep.
And I think everybody bought it. Because, you know, it's sprinkler head.
Yeah. If you're sincere and you don't break your rhythm, say whatever you want.
And that's good. And it's that thought process. You combine that with the George Costanza. It's not a lie if you believe it to be true. Then you've got all the makings. That's why we're in politics, Dwayne. That's why we're going to run.
You know, we're starting to see those, if you want to call them qualities, those traits maybe would be a better phrase. Those traits that we see in politics.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've seen those the last night or two start to kind of trickle into our dialogue. So.
That's what it is. It's not a lie if you believe it.
Yeah. And if you get caught, you say, was that wrong? Should I not have done that? There's a foul ball out of play. So the count is still 1-2.
Great restraint there by Brad Miller. That was a put away breaking ball. Quintana obviously needs the strikeout here. Runner on third, one out. This is the one to get it. And Brad's not biting.
And out there again, blocked this time by Avila. Count full. Double by Kiermaier, moved to third on the fly ball. Miller trying to get him home. And there is ball 4. So it'll be first and third. Quintana trying to pitch very carefully there. And was all around that zone. And it seemed the more careful he became, the more careful Ed Hickox became with that strike zone. Hickox was behind the plate when Matt Garza threw his no-hitter back in July of 2010. And also was the umpire when Homer Bailey threw a no-hitter a couple of years later. Well, here is Corey Dickerson. And now a strike on the outside region of the plate.
Yeah, the only thing that was outside of it was outside of the strike zone.
Ground ball first, down to second, one. The return, scoop by Abreu on the backside of the 3-6-3 double play. The Rays threaten, do not score, and leave a man. Double play gets Quintana off the hook, 2-0 Rays.
We head to the bottom of the 6th inning with the Rays leading 2-0. Adam Eaton leading off for the White Sox. Guys, you saw Eaton lose his footing in the outfield, and part of it could be due to the wet conditions over the last couple of days, but a large part of it also is because the outfield was chewed up. They had a big concert here on Saturday, huge concert. John Legend, Alicia Keys, Chance the Rapper, Lil Wayne, 2 Chainz. They were all here, plus many more, and they chewed up the outfield during the concert. In fact, batting practice was called off for both teams on Monday. And the outfield's still not in great shape. So Eaton having a little trouble after the post-concert. Chewed up the outfield a little bit, guys. Back to you.
All right. And again, Todd on top of everything. 1-1 to count here on Adam Eaton. Ground ball down to first. Miller takes care of that. So that gives Archer tonight 5 1/3 innings in this game and 200 innings for the year after throwing 212 last year. That's the first out in the bottom of the 6th. Not the first time that they've had a major concert in this part of town. Across the street, Old Comiskey Park. In 1965, the Beatles played a concert there. They sell out, standing room only at Old Comiskey Park with the Beatles in 1965. So occasionally find oh, there's a shot deep to right. That ball is going to be off the wall and bounds away from Montauk. Over to make the pickup is Kiermaier, and Anderson's already on his way to third. In there, standing up. Trouble off the bat of Anderson, his 5th triple of the year.
I tell you, we've seen some things that we like about Tim Anderson, his athleticism the way that the ball jumps off of his bat, you think about the home run earlier this series, and then this here, up and away, and that ball just, I mean, took off like crazy. And right there, he gets the carom. That carom right there helps him. I mean, it comes straight down to Mato. You're probably going to keep him at second. It gets away from him, and now you got trouble at third.
Yeah, the issue you have out there, you have the support beams, and then you have the fence in terms of how quickly it's going to come off the fence out there in right field and part of left field. There you go. You see it's chain link, and then you have supports out there as well.
Yeah, and they're in play. I mean, they're in the field, so you can get some crazy bounces if it hits the side of it, which is exactly what happened.
To chop off the bat of Cabrera, the run's going to score. Anderson crosses the plate. Cabrera drives in his 83rd run of the year, and the White Sox make it 2-1. So the triple by Anderson and a chopper by Cabrera. White Sox are on the board. Bases are empty for Jose Abreu. High fly ball center field. Kiermaier makes the catch. 1 run, that's it for Chicago. On to the 7th. It's 2-1 Rays. Moment brought to you by Coors Banquet. October 2nd, 2008. Evan Longoria connecting, hitting 2 home runs off White Sox starter Javier Vasquez as the Rays defeat the White Sox 6-4 in Game 1 of the ALDS. We go to the 7th inning tonight with the Rays leading. It's a 2-1 ball game. And we've seen the last of Jose Quintana. He'll give way to Juan Minaya, who pitched an inning in the first game of this series. And had a 1-2-3 inning in the 9th of the first game.
Jose Quintana, you know, we talked about his consistency, his fastball to the glove side, he'll cut it, the breaking ball you see right there. He went out there and gave his team an opportunity. Did not be able to get much off of Chris Archer, but 6 strong innings, 2 runs, 7 strikeouts, but right now on the losing end.
First pitch off the bat of Montook, who hits it off the glove of Frazier. Mikey's on his way to second, and he sharply shoots a double up the left side to begin the 7th, greeting Minaya.
Well, that ball came off the bat with some heat. Surprised that Frazier even got the glove over there to deflect that ball. But the Rays here with a great chance to take that run back.
They led 2-0. White Sox scored a run in the bottom of the 6th. So it's 2-1. And here's Alexi Ramirez, who drove in the first run of this game with a single. That came back in the 2nd inning. Ramirez showing bunt. Gets the bat back, but the pitch is a strike. So the Rays with a chance to rebuild their lead. Again, the pitch taken, ball in behind the catcher Avila, and he finally found it. A 1-1 count. Renai, a hard thrower out of the Dominican Republic. He was in the Houston organization. Ground ball through the left side, base hit. Montuk's going to be held at third. Cabrera came up with it in shallow left. And the Rays have greeted Manaea with a couple hits, first and third with nobody out.
Now, Alexi Ramirez tormenting his former team. You saw Todd Frazier, he's in on the grass. That virtually makes his range non-existent. And Ramirez gets it by him into left field. Now first and third, nobody out. Time to go to work.
Kurt Casale, his line to right, has been called out on strikes. Strike one. Manaea, 26 years old. One. Back-to-back hits by the Rays in the 7th. And now Manaea's ahead. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Trying to pick up the strikeout now. That's exactly what Manaea is thinking, as he's going with the slider down and away, 3 consecutive pitches.
Foul right back into the screen, holding the count. It's a 1-2 count here on the Rays' designated hitter tonight. The catcher, Bobby Wilson, is on deck. Step back. loading up with pitches away to Casale. Fly ball toward the left field line. That's going to drop fair. The run will score. Throw back to third as the Rays rebuild their 2-run lead. It's 3-1. Casale drops a base hit inside the left field line. Scoring Mikey Matuk with Alexi Ramirez moving up to second.
Well-placed fly ball right here. That kind of hangs, and Casale gets underneath it, pops it right down the line. Look at it just harmlessly fall in right in front of Melky Cabrera, but that does give the Rays that run. They get the run back and still in business for more.
The Rays up 3-1. Bobby Wilson 0 for 2. Takes the pitch, a fastball too low. 1-0. Two balls and nothing. Minaya has given up 3 hits and a run and has fallen behind on Wilson. He retired Bobby on a pop to second here Monday night. And he has Wilson reaching there. 2-1. Top of the order, Logan Forsythe on deck. Popper right side, and this is Sanchez backpedaling out from second. On the infield pop, he takes care of that. That's the first out of the inning. So ultimately the same result tonight against Wilson as he got on Monday night when he popped him up to second. Now we go to the top of the order. Logan Forsythe. There goes Ramirez to third. There will be no throw. He got a great jump and steals third base.
Well, he was eyeballing Minaya, getting his timing down. Look at that walking lead, and it was timed perfectly. And all of a sudden, you watch Minaya come set, 1001, 1002, deliver to the plate. He never alters that time, and Alexi took full advantage. Strike on the inside part of the plate, just picking up the corner. 1-1. That one got him. Forsythe just clipped by that pitch. The bases are going to be loaded, and out of the dugout comes Robin Ventura. Bases loaded, 1 out. The Rays have a run home. And with Kevin Kiermaier due up, pitching change coming for Chicago.
on Fox Sports Sun, brought to you by Ram Trucks, Guts, Glory, Ram. And by Toyota. Let's go places. He's wrapping up this 4-game series in Chicago with the White Sox. And we'll see the third Chicago pitcher of the game with the Rays out in front 3-1.
Well, he comes into a tough situation here. Bases are juiced. Kiermaier at the plate. We know that Dan Jennings from earlier in this series, very deliberate out there on the mound. Lots of breaking balls to the left-handed hitters.
So it's Kevin Kiermaier, and he breaks his bat, drops a base hit into right on the first pitch. Ramirez will score. The bases are still loaded, and Kevin Kiermaier picks up his third hit of the night. Pretty good night's work for Kiermaier against lefties. He drives in a run, and it's 4-1 Tampa Bay.
Finally some breathing room and looking to add more, but that Jennings starts him right here. First pitch fastball in, and it certainly tears that bat apart. Look where that ball falls.
Casale stopped at third, Forsythe up to second on the RBI single by Kiermaier. It's a 2-run inning, a 3-run lead for the Rays, and Evan Longoria bats against Jennings with the bases loaded. A ball, no strikes. Jennings pitched a third of an inning here Monday. On in the 7th inning tonight. 2-0. Shot into left. Cabrera's going to make the catch. Tag at third. Down the line comes Casale, and he is safe at the plate. Casale scores the third run of the inning. 96th run batted into the year for Longoria on the line drive. Rays make it 5-1.
Boy, he hit a bullet out there. It got to Cabrera relatively quickly. You see Kurt Casale had to outrace that throw. Very, very happy he finished ahead of that baseball. Here it comes.
The throw offline a little bit, helping Casale. Five to 1 to score. Miller takes the pitch down. So 3 runs charged to Manaea. Two and 0. Twice has walked. He walked to begin the 2nd inning and scored a run. Now a 3-0 count. 3-1. 2 runs charged to Quintana tonight. 3 now to Manaea. Now full on the Rays' first baseman.
Yeah, not a very comfortable at bat. You watch Dan Jennings when he comes set and holds that ball for a long time. It almost seems to be there's a little bit of subtle movement before he ends up kicking his leg up. I mean, it's how long he holds it here.
And there's ball 4. So Miller walks. The Rays have sent 8 men to the plate. Bases are reloaded. And Corey Dickerson will bat against Jennings.
He just never really gets into a good rhythm out there. And I think if you watch close enough, when he comes set, there's movement. In fact, he was warned the other night. When that night he came in and ended up talking to the home plate umpire, and I think he was telling him, you know, because there was some subtle movement with the glove down before he would leg kick.
And Dickerson takes the pitch inside. So Jennings battling himself here tonight.
Yeah, and this is the norm. I mean, this is how he throws. Got a lot of ticks out there on that mound, but certainly when he comes set, there is just a lot of tension, just holding that set position for so long.
Now 2-0. A strike. Rays scored 1 run in the second, 1 run in the fourth, and they have 3 off the Chicago bullpen in the 7th inning. Fouled back. Pitch out over the plate and up. Fouled it back.
Let me know how this AB turns out. I'm gonna take a little walk. Something really important happens, just yell for me. I'll be down the hall.
All right.
My goodness.
It has been a struggle for Jennings.
Well, it's just tough. I mean, you hardly give yourself a chance. I mean, just look at all the time in between pitches and then all the time in a set position. Just no rhythm.
And a swing and a miss. So Dickerson's out on strike. Rays score 3, lead 3, and lead 5-1. Fox Sports Sun is brought to you by Ram Trucks, Guts, Glory, Ram. By Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. And by your Southern Chevy dealers. In Chicago, the Rays hold a 5-1 lead moving into the bottom of the 7th inning. Chris Archer on the hill tonight. Through the front 6 has made 80 pitches. Gave up a run in the 6th inning. And opens the bottom of the 7th facing Justin Morneau. Morneau 1 out of 2 tonight. On the ground, and a nice pickup by Forsythe to make the play. And a good job right there by the Rays' second baseman.
Yes, it was. That ball looked like it was going to skip and scoot out into right field, but Logan glove side very strong on that hard hit ball by Morneau. Short hop.
Well, this has not been a high strikeout performance by Archer tonight. 4 strikeouts, and 3 of those came in the 2nd inning. He's walked only 1. And Frazier takes the pitch in there for a strike. Recorded 10 outs on ground balls tonight. He's ahead of Frazier. The line on Archer. And there's a strikeout of Frazier. Number 5 on the evening. On the slider, 2 gone. Here's Alex Avila. Avila walked in the 5th. Strike. Well, the rain has returned, and just about right on time as predicted. Upstairs to Avila. It's 1-1. A bit. Ball's in a strike. And start to head for cover. Archer misses too high. Now at the 90 pitch mark. Avila fouls it out of play.
Well, that pitch count, he has kept that in good order here tonight. You had mentioned 80 through 6 innings. That's excellent. And look at the 2nd inning. I mean, 19, 18 in the 1st. That's not even bat if you can get it under control, and he did that in the third, and then he's kept it there.
Did he go? He did not. And Avila draws the walk. A 2-out walk to get Sanchez to the plate. The count now to the White Sox second baseman. Ball's behind him, 2-0. Just as quickly misses again. So after the 2-out walk to Avila, it's now 3 balls, no strikes to Sanchez.
Yeah, was on a great roll filling up the strike zone when this inning began, and now having some trouble.
Finds his zone, that's in there. Suddenly, with 2 outs, here comes a 2-run home run. And the White Sox suddenly have some life. 4th home run of the year for Sanchez. Well, boy, that happened in a hurry. And now it's 5-3. 2-run game all of a sudden.
Well, the walk to Avila, and then a bad count to Sanchez. Fastball down and in. Hitters count, and he unloads.
Sanchez homered in the 8th inning of the game here Monday. And now a home run in the 7th tonight. The Rays feeling pretty good with a little cushion. And all of a sudden, after 2 outs in the 7th, a walk and a home run. And the White Sox are back to within 2 runs. It's the 30th home run given up by Archer this year. 15 by right-handed hitters and 15 by left-handed hitters. Here's Garcia. That's a strike.
And by far and away, his career high in homers given up. He gave up 19 a year ago. That was his previous career high. That was in 212 innings. And this year, 30 of them in fewer innings than that, just over 200. But that's been the trend. Home runs up, strikeouts way up. I think this is the 9th year in a row that Major League Baseball has set a new strikeout high.
This one out of play by Garcia, holding the count at 0-2. Ball and a strikeout before the walk and the home run. There's the 0-2. That's too low. 1-2. Archer's pitch count over 100 now. foul out of play. Over 20 pitches in this inning. It's his single inning high tonight. And the foul ball, that pitch, just a bit of it by Garcia. He stays alive. Dickerson ranging back, had it in his glove, can't hold it. That ball will roll to the bottom of the fence. Garcia's aboard with a double. He goes the other way. A two-base hit, and now with 2 outs all of a sudden, the White Sox will get the potential tying run to the plate. That's how close Dickerson came to making a great catch.
They had to run a long way, and you can see that ball never got into the pocket, rattled around the palm area of that glove, and it would come free. And Chris Archer, it was a great start to this inning. Didn't end up so well, and now you turn to the bullpen and see if they can't get out of it.
He will not get through the 7th. Brad Boxberger will get the call. Up an opposite field double to Leori Garcia. That'll be the end of the line for Archer tonight. 6 2/3, 104 pitches. So far giving up 3 runs, responsible for a man on as he departs. And if he figures in this decision he could only win it, he could not lose it. And Brad Boxberger, with the rain intensifying, takes over facing Adam Eaton. Pitch is down. Eaton 2 for 3 tonight. There's Garcia.
How long they're going to let this go? It is starting to come down sideways.
Tap to third. Longoria with the throw to first to get Eaton. That retires the side. 2-run score on the Sanchez home run. 5-3 Rays. All right, Rich, thank you very much. Michael Inoa is the new pitcher making his 22nd appearance for Chicago. And it is Mikey Matuk leading off here in the 8th, who is 2 for 3 tonight with a home run and a double. 2 runs scored and a run batted in. Into the air, back to right. Eaton backs up a few steps and stays on his feet and makes the catch. That's quite an accomplishment for Eaton out there at right field after what everything has happened out there already tonight.
Yeah, and I'll tell you something else you got to do. You've got to stay with those fly balls. We've seen a number of them to right field have some, that wind pushing them out there deeper and deeper, so you got to stay with them. And more importantly, even than that, is staying on your feet. You don't do that, you're probably not going to make the play. And he's had trouble.
There's Alexi Ramirez. Fouls it. That's a strike. And the rainfall has let up a bit. You see Erasmo Ramirez up in the bullpen for the Rays. Did he go? That's a check. The count is 1-1.
Yeah, and it almost shouldn't have mattered. That was a pretty good pitch right there.
Rays scored 2 runs off Quintana, 3 off Manaya. Jennings worked 2/3 of an inning. And now Inoa in the game. Going 2. Full count. That's Kurt Casale, the on-deck man. And ball 4, Ramirez is on base for the 3rd time in this game. A 1-out walk in the 8th.
Well, a number of these younger White Sox relievers that we have seen over the course of this series. Good arms, a lot of walks, high walk totals coming in. Another one of those guys.
Casale drove in a run and scored a run in the 7th. Down and in, 1-0. Two balls, no strikes. Here comes the rain again. Starting to fall a bit harder. And a base hit lined into left. Ramirez moves up to second, and Casale has a 2-hit night. That will move the Rays into double figures in the hit department. But you're on Kiermaier throw blanket for free when you make a purchase of $150 or more at the Rays team store in Tampa, available while supplies last. Make sure to grab yours while you can. Call 813-228-7157 for more information. Bobby Wilson looking at Inoa through the rain. Out of the way. Quintana, Minaya, Jennings, and Inoa. Up and in. 2-0. Rays lead 5-3. A couple of men on in the 8th. Popped up. That's going to carry out a play. So the count goes to 2-1. A scramble for the baseball, and they'll have to be as careful in the stands as Eaton has attempted to be in right field with this rainfall. Vila and Sanchez on the mound for a little conference.
You wonder out there with Alexi Ramirez, having played for this team and being out there for a few pitches now, whether he's picking up some signs.
Count goes to 2-2.
Not only that, but you could see Carlos Sanchez kind of jockeying out there with Alexi Ramirez, trying to keep him close.
Meanwhile, Wilson's beard is becoming soaked.
Yeah, no sense of urgency by anybody here, especially Inoa.
Cut and a miss. Wilson out on strikes on the fastball. Trying to hit that mid-90s fastball in the middle of the rain. Two gone, and now the top of the order. Here's Logan Forsythe. You know, originally in the Oakland system, here's Forsythe trying to pick up another run. The pitch is down. One ball, no strikes. We know had a lot of elbow problems in the Oakland organization. Finally had Tommy John surgery. Came back from that and had shoulder problems, so staying healthy has been a problem for him. Now a turn, nothing doing. Back in at second is Ramirez. Sanchez breaking to the bag. The harder the rain, the slower the pace.
Dwayne, if you take a look to the left and look at Broadcaster Row.
It's now 2-0.
Through all the different little suites. Everybody looks very enthused, very excited about what's happening here. Look at them. Everybody looks like they want to charge the mount.
There you go. A couple of them hiding out there. This will go to the backstop. A miss for 3-0. On a wild pitch, Ramirez goes to third. Casale goes up to second. 3-0 the count on Forsythe. That's a strike. 3-1. It's Kiermaier on deck. Ramirez says hit it fair. That turned him around, sharply hit. Some quick evasive actions.
And watch this. Get your bearings out here between the white lines.
So the count's full to Forsythe. Cut and a miss. Fastball strikes him out. The Rays leave 2. We go to the bottom of the 8th. The Rays are up by 2.
Rays 5-3 as we head to the bottom half of the 8th inning here in rainy Chicago. Talking to Erasmo a couple days ago, he was talking about how this season went for him. He said he learned how to become a reliever, and he's also learned that at some points in the season you have to tell the guys when you're not feeling 100%. He said he was guilty of that in the first half when he said he felt fine playing catch in the outfield, but then he would go out to the bullpen, he wouldn't quite have it, and he needs to be more honest going forward. He also said, hey, in the past I thought I was always going to be a starter. Now that he's been in the bullpen, he said he'd be fine next year if they wanted him to start the year or stay in the bullpen for the entire season. Guys, I know this is your favorite part of the show, the wet hair look. It beats what happened in the pregame show when my hair was trumped, if you will, by the Chicago win. Back to
you. What a great sport. And I thought he looked great, you know. I mean, reporting in the rain, flawless.
He looked good there.
Yes, he did.
And they kept him out there a little while.
Yeah. Erasmo Ramirez is the new pitcher. And Tim Anderson takes the pitch down and away. 1 ball, no strikes. Well, that's why he's our favorite.
He is out there to make our broadcast great again.
It's 1-1 now. Anderson followed by Cabrera and Abreu. And a few other people I've seen after Anderson. But that was a whole different story. The pitch is wide, now 2-1. Rays have out-hit the White Sox 10-6, and Erasmo Ramirez out there trying to keep it that way. With the Rays up by 2. And the count is 2-2 on Tim Anderson. Alex Colomé busy in the bullpen. Game like this in the rain at this point of the season, this point of the night with the rain falling, and it takes on a life all its own.
People get ornery.
Ground ball to third, and it takes a skip by Longoria into left. Dickerson quickly in there to make the pickup. Anderson hit the ball hard again, and he's aboard.
Yeah, you know, you wonder if that ball skipped a little bit. There was some action on it here. He does hit that ball hard right there. It comes off that dirt, just jumps over the glove of Longoria there, and you can see the little trail it's spitting up in the outfield, that wet grass. I think Evan very happy with himself right there.
Well, Anderson gets his second hit. Here's Cabrera. Ball, no strikes.
We're starting to see some areas from up where we are in the infield where it's starting to get a little sheen to it.
And the pitch is skied the other way, foul. Well, this weather has been on its way coming off the lake. They get a lot of weather here from the west that comes in this way and occasionally off the lake, and it's made its way right across the lake and now coming in to the Chicago area. Two and one. Ground ball short. Ramirez to second one. Forsythe the first. They get the double play. And as you can see, Anderson start to go into second base. He started to slide and just stopped out there.
Yeah, you can see the water starting to pool a little bit, or at least starting to gather. That's mud now on the pants there of Tim Anderson. Good turn here by the Rays. Got a ball that's wet, going to be handled by a number of different guys. Right, Tim Anderson just, that's quicksand.
Jose Abreu. The pitch is a strike. And boy, you could see Alexi Ramirez look that ball into his glove the whole way on this surface.
Well, just watching what happened with Evan over there at third. Can't be too careful.
Close there. It's 1-1. Cut and a miss. I really think the realization is that this weather is going to be pretty constant. So there's really no point in stopping as long as you can play at all, because you're not going to outweight it. Ground ball right side. Ramirez will have to cover and takes the toss from Miller. No runs ahead, a double play ball, and nobody left, and we're going to head into the ninth inning. 5-3 Rays. baseball on Fox Sports Sun, brought to you by Ram Trucks. Guts Glory Ram. By Kubota. For more information, go to FloridaKubotaDealers.com. And by your Gulf Coast Honda dealers. Ground crew out here trying to do the best job they can on the infield. Greg Gibson, the crew chief, had a little conversation here with the ground crew, and now they're going to talk to the respective managers here as to whether this thing is playable, and they're going to put the tarp on the infield now. They did try to do a little repair work between half innings. Tommy Canely had gone to the mound and was set to warm up, but they've decided to stop play and see if they can't find maybe that little veritable window where they could get an inning in. So we will have a rain delay. And I think everyone fully aware that this forecast is not good from here on out. They managed to get 8 innings in, with the Rays holding a 5-3 lead. So the tarp will be unfurled and the infield covered before we go into the 9th inning. That's Greg Gibson, the crew chief you saw right there with Robin Ventura, after a quick conversation with Kevin Cash on the other side of the diamond. Well, they played the last couple of innings of this game in some pretty steady rain, and as we noted, it has taken its toll on the playing surface and especially the infield. And a couple things under consideration here: the condition of the infield in terms of how playable it is or is not, and of course then that lends itself to how safe it is, and you don't want injuries out there as a result of the poor surface, and it's pretty rain soaked right now. So the Rays and the White Sox will be rain delayed, with the Rays leading this game 5-3. Back in a moment. And the Chicago White Sox are just moments away from resuming play. Following the rain delay, this game had gone through 8 innings and was delayed at 4 minutes past the hour. So we're looking at a rain delay of a little more than 30 minutes right now. Tom Canely, the right-hander, has gone to the mound and has begun to warm up, even as the ground crew put some of the finishing touches on the infield. The tarp had been removed and work started on the infield, and during such time the rain returned. We have a light rainfall at the moment, but not nearly what it was at the time play was halted. So the Rays will head into the 9th inning, and they will hold this lead. There you see the rain contrasted with the light standards. And Kevin Kiermaier will open the 9th with Longoria and Miller to follow against the hard-throwing right-hander Canely. And the first pitch back, hit on the ground to second, grabbed by Sanchez, who floats the throw to first for the out. So a 35-minute rain delay. And a reminder, here's what's coming up tomorrow on Rays Live, the pregame show presented by your Gulf Coast Honda dealers. Matt Andrees will be on the hill for the Rays, and we'll hear from him, and B.A. will break down Hugh Darvish, the Texas Rangers right-hander. Here's Evan Longoria. He shoots it into right field. That ball with some slice in there for a base hit. An extra base attempt now, and the throw to second offline. It's a double for Evan Longoria. The Rays have a man at second base. 38th double for Evan Longoria this year up the right field line. And the Rays have a scoring opportunity. 2 hitters into the 9th inning. Due to a recent scoring change of the September 20th game against the Yankees, Longoria had an infield hit taken away and an error charged to the Yankee third baseman Donovan Solano, and that left him a hit short of tying his career high in hits. And so that just recently occurred, that ruling. And so this double will reestablish Evan Longoria on his personal list. So this matches the most hits he's had in a single season. And here's Brad Miller. He takes the pitch for a strike. Rays will be headed into Arlington, Texas, where we might tell you that it's currently 64 degrees under clear skies, which is good news.
Really good news. Last couple of days here, soggy.
The 0-1. Ball and a strike. Quintana worked 6 innings, gave up 2. Manaea charged with 3 1/3 of an inning. Canely, the 5th Chicago pitcher of the night. Now this pitch gets away, and over to third goes Longoria. Count goes out to 2-1.
Oh, Canely, another one of those pitchers coming out of the White Sox bullpen. He's got the big arm, but as we saw the other night, earlier in this series, ability to throw consistent strikes. Behind here, that ball getting away.
Fastball charge to Avila. And the infield comes up all the way up on the left side, not quite on the right side. And an attempt to check, that's a strike, and the count is 2-2.
Yeah, Brett Miller saw a ball up in the zone, and he's thinking, ooh, I can put this into play at minimum. I'm going to get it airborne to the outfield, drive a run in, and he just could not hold up. The White Sox, they want this game, huh? They win out, they'll finish at 500.
Yep. Coming in at 77 and 81. And that is strike 3 call. So Miller is out number 2.
And Brad Miller is saying that ball was down, and I don't necessarily agree with him. This is close to him, down in the zone for sure, but looked to be a strike, and right here, he's letting him know. And he's down.
Well, it's going to be up to Corey Dickerson if the Rays are to pick up this extra run here in the top of the 9th. Dickerson 1 for 4 tonight. And he takes the pitch at the knees for a strike, a fastball down there. Dickerson hitting .248 at the moment with 23 home runs and 67 runs batted in. Lifts it foul. That's going to carry out a play. 0-2. Chicago in the bottom of the 9th due to have Morneau, Frazier, and Avila. Into the dirt, blocked by Avila. Rays at one point held a 5-1 lead. Carlos Sanchez homered in the bottom of the 7th, connecting off Chris Archer to make it a 2-run game. Eventually the bullpen taking over. Ground ball, that'll be foul outside of first. The count still 1-2. Dickerson looking over the bat, make sure it's still firmly in one piece. It's fouled back again. Rays with 5 runs, 11 hits. And the White Sox 3 runs on 7 hits.
I don't think he's happy with the bat, D-Wayne.
He's going to get a new one. It just didn't feel right after that that foul ball, in which he wasn't sure if it had cracked or not. It back into center field. Garcia over there to make the catch, and the Rays going to double, pass ball, and leave a man in third. It's 5-3 Tampa Bay. Ninth inning we go in Chicago. 5-3, Rays lead. We'll be with you from Arlington, Texas. Our coverage begins at 7:30 tomorrow evening, right here on Fox Sports Sun. And Matt Andriese will be on the hill after his 9th win of the year. Coming in 8-7 with a .434 earned run mark to open the final series of the regular season, the Rays and the Texas Rangers. Here in Chicago, Alex Colomé on the hill, on for the 55th time.
It's been a tremendous season for Alex. 35 out of 37 in saves, 67 strikeouts, and 53 2/3 innings.
It's Justin Morneau leading off, taking the pitch too low. Morneau with a single and a couple ground ball outs. Two balls and a strike. Ground ball, backhanded Ramirez, long throw, it's not going to get there. It's an infield hit for Morneau. Second hit of the night for Morneau. Ramirez did everything he could do. Here's Todd Frazier. Frazier 0 for 3. The pitch is low to him. Frazier, 40 home runs on the year, came into this game with a 12-game hitting streak. Lifts a high popper right side. Miller, foul ball, looking for it, turned around and cannot come up with it. Well, he was searching for that one from the get-go.
Yeah, that was a strange route taken by Brad Miller. I mean, off the bat, you're saying, okay, dangerous Todd Frazier, a pop out there, and he just didn't get a good look at it. Right there, you see him go up, and then realizing he's in trouble right there and looking for help, not going to get any.
Well, you hate to give Frazier any more opportunities. He was the deciding factor in the game last night with a 7th inning home run. And now it's 2-1. Alex Avila on deck. This one is pop foul. That will carry out of play and take the count to 2-2. Little tap. That's a foul ball, the call. Wilson quickly jumping on that one and going down to second for the force on the potential lead runner, and it's a foul ball. So the count is 2-2. The fourth Rays pitcher trying to close it out. The pitch, called inside there by Ed Hickox, and the count is full, 3-2 as the rain starts to fall again. Frazier battling up there against Colomé.
And you get the feeling, the way that we've seen Todd Frazier swing the bat in this series as far as how aggressive he is, just get it close. Full count, it's going to be tough for him to take a pitch unless it's way out of the strike zone.
And he gets it. Frazier out on strikes. An 8-pitch at bat. And Frazier is out number one, and a big one with his power.
Now he got it close. Started in the zone, takes it out. Yeah, he was the difference in the game last night. Solo blast, won the game 1-0. So you're always, well, not to mention he's got 40 on the season.
And here's Alex Avila. Avila with a couple of walks. Runner takes off, and the pitch is foul.
That almost came back into play.
One on, one strike the count. We're in the bottom of the ninth. Runner goes, and the pitch swung on and missed. So Morneau moves into second. So they rule it a fielder's choice. The Rays not overly concerned with the runner as much as they are the hitter. And it's a 2-strike count. Got Coach running out there at second base now. And a little conversation between Wilson and Colomé. Morneau single to open the inning. Coach running, and he is at second. Taken down. 1-2. Ooh, close again and a little wide. 2-2. So no give on the width of the strike zone. And a cut and a miss. Avila's out on strikes. Mid-90s fastball by the Chicago catcher. So 2 outs here with a man at second.
Colomé just lulled him to sleep with the off speed, and then powers a well-located fastball by him, raised 1 out away.
The starting pitcher still the pitchers of record. Is down. 1 ball, no strikes. Sanchez homered in the 7th to make it a 2-run game. And that's a strike. 1-1.
And you would expect Alex Colomé to stay middle away from him. You know, he hit the home run off Archer on a ball that was down and in. That's where most of his power is going to be. So make him beat you to the big part of the field.
And a fly ball into center field. Kiermaier will go back and leap as he hits the track to make the catch and finish this one. Rays win it 5-3 on the fly ball to center. Tracked down by Kevin Kiermaier off the bat of Carlos Sanchez. No runs, a hit, and a man left on base in the bottom of the 9th for Chicago. Rays win it 5-3, 5-11-0, and 9 for the Rays. 3-8-0, 5 left for the White Sox. And here's the Kiermaier catch to end this game and give the Rays a victory here in this series in Chicago.
Well, he certainly forced him to the big part of the field.
Yes,
and thankfully, the Rays have Kevin Kiermaier out there to make that catch and get us the heck out of here.
So Archer will win it 9-19. Quintana, the loser, 13-12, and a save for Colomé, number 36. And the Rays will leave Chicago with a 5-3 victory. For Brian Anderson, Todd Callis, and the rest of our crew, Dwayne Stats, hope you've enjoyed the telecast. Rays winners tonight 5-3. See you tomorrow from Texas against the Texas Rangers on Fox Sports Sun. We'll be with you at 7:30 tomorrow. Rays Live, the postgame presented by Checkers, comes your way next.